Let's see. Maybe. Yeah, looks like it's gone. Okay. Just see if I have to get rid of that other one. Let's see. Having some difficulties getting this thing to connect. Looks like it might be. Might have it open twice actually. Let's see. Yep, so let's just get rid of this one. Okay. Right. Okay, so we've got one stream open, and here we are. Good morning. How you doing? I'm just having some technical issues. Opened up a live stream, but for some reason the software didn't connect. So here we go again. Okay. So we've got one person, two. There's probably got to be a better way to advertise these things, eh? Spam it out on X. See who joins. Okay, there we go. Long or short? Schlong. Let's see what they did. Let's see what they did. All right, so not a great close for Sol BTC Strength. Below the 1618. So it's kind of above the trend, but I still think you're probably not going to see this thing get a lot stronger until it comes down and hits this 16731-ish area. So it's probably going to head there. Safety assets just underneath. So you got trend support, but just underneath the resistance. So this is getting real close now. One of these things is going to have to break, and it's going to have to break this particular candle. So it's going to either be a breakout through the top or a dump down through the bottom, but it's going to have to happen today. And totals excluding stables. So this is positive. We've got support all through here, and we've got first resistance here. So we're either going to go up here first, reject somewhere up in here and come back down, or we're going to go down and up. But as soon as that thing moves one direction, it's going to hit something that's going to send it in the other one. So that's but at least it's free of that trend line, so it can move now. And this is dive the trend on open. This is just lower time frame stuff, but still under that 15-minute trend. I think the key thing that happened today is we moved the daily. So the daily is now on the underside for support. But what we didn't do was we didn't move the 4-hour. So that means we probably need to at least spend 4 hours more before we can actually see that thing line up with the daily. But yeah, this trend should bounce back up to that hold. That might complete the daily moves. And which kind of lines up with what the 5-day close was today. Same area. So basically just in here, it's getting super compressed, it will have to pop. There's no way that can just stay inside there for much longer. And that's new range trend support. Weekly's not closing yet, and this still hasn't hit the trigger. So this is kind of, instead of just looking at Sol, what I've been looking at all morning is actually how the monthly totals have played out after we create this kind of structure. Yeah, sorry, Sandy. I had technical issues with that first live stream. It opened on YouTube. It didn't open on my computer, so I had to kill it and do another one. So yeah, what I've been looking at is this. So there's been quite a few times in the past, obviously, that we've had monthly closes downside. So even all the way back here, you know, when 2018, structurally it's the same. We've then gone back up. The key thing is that in none of the cases that's ever historically happened have we just hit the first resistance and gone down. So we typically go back up a wee bit into it, which would just be finding some kind of refined level, really. And so every time that's played out, these two aren't really the same, but once you get up here, you'll find it's no different with last market. We did this, we went back up in. So I think what we're going to see is most likely some tiny little push up into the resistance and then probably a dump down. So like what happened here. And like what happened here. And in these three. And here. So the question is, how far up do we go? So we've already kind of hit it. We've retested the backside of the trend, and you know, it's fair to say we could dump any time based on history. But you know, back here we went up 0.09 trillion up into it before we actually rolled over and came down. So that's the question for here. It's basically like playing chicken, really, with rejection, because anything past there, which is, we've already gone past there, but anywhere up in here could reject us, and we can start heading back down to that trend, which is going to be a pretty decent pullback if it just follows all the normal lines of everything else. So digging into so then having a look at it from a daily perspective, and where could we head? So the first sort of daily refined level on alts, specifically with excluding Bitcoin, would sort of be coming up to this 1.2 area, and maybe that's where we get our first market rejection, although we haven't really convincingly opened over top of that trend. It's kind of really on it, so it's hard to say whether that's even going to get up there. But if we look at it, just see what it looks like on the monthly, because I think on the monthly total 2 hasn't hit rejection yet, I think. So yeah, so altcoins really shouldn't start to follow, shouldn't start to really dump until they've come up into here, which possibly gives it just about that 0.03 trillion worth of movement to the upside. And got a new range trend in here. So we're going to see so best case scenario, this whole thing here is a fake out because we did hard close over the break level. So, you know, whole thing could be a fake out, back up above, off we go. Medium case scenario, probably going to push just up to this, altcoin. All the alts are probably going to get up to that 1.22, somewhere up in there. We'll try to refine that in a second, and then dump down. Or shock and awe scenario is that they're just going to dump down to that trend and then come back up. So that would just be kind of like falling off a cliff, really. Let's see what we've got. So there's no weekly levels up inside there. Which takes us back to daily levels. Now, if they're going to grab the liquidity, they could go up into here. Yeah. So on the underside, got these daily supports for the total market. And that one as well. So these are basically what's holding the range up. What's quite positive is that they're actually shifting upwards. So from lower to higher again. So it's trying to push upwards. The topside resistance is there, which we haven't tested. So that's that 1.24 area. 1.24 is also that break level that we've gone back underneath. So there's a bit of confluence in going back up and retesting the break level from the other side, because it would also be testing the top side of the daily range. And if we can close a daily candle over that, then the liquidity grab would continue for quite a bit, really. It could actually travel up into these higher areas. If it doesn't close a daily candle over that, though, that's where the monthly will kick off and dump, dump, dump. You might get one more bounce off the bottom here, but yeah. So it's definitely set up to take a dump. It's just a case of do they sweep liquidity and then go down, or are they just going to fall over? So low time frame on Sol, testing the hold level back here, and it's testing the origin support level of the range. Oops, just doing its thing, really. This is the we so back, we suck again range that we've been in for like over 24 hours now. So The break levels haven't been hit down here, so but we have repetitively hit the topside resistance. So it's kind of implying that the strength is to the upside based on a 1 hour chart, which doesn't mean a hell of a lot, but if you're dealing with monthly resistance. But if this level here at 184.911 doesn't get hit again, then it's the same thing, just happening over and over and over. This 1 hour trend will change at the close of the hour and it'll move to the bottom of that wick, which could give it support to challenge the hold level. So it's probably going to end up, it could end up in a little box like that. But I think it's, and then you got to wait for the 4 hour trend to move. And the daily is already on the underside. So I think personally it's probably going to try and move the 4 hour trend, the 1 hour trend. It's already moved the daily trend, and then it might bounce up to the 190s, and the bounce may end once we get into that monthly resistance. So yeah, real danger sign for alts is pretty much just going to be when this alert goes off. So anything up inside there, but you can see those refined levels are very high up inside there. So yeah, if it targets those refined levels and actually manages to stay up there too, it flips the entire structure of the candle. So that would be the scenario I mentioned in the video update about how a blow-off top comes about. It goes and targets these but doesn't come back down. The next thing you know, you've got this pending rejection, which is incomplete, and you've got your price heading off to grab every scrap of liquidity that exists before rolling over and coming down into the bear market. Cool. So the Fartcoin trade from yesterday, so this has crept back up inside the range. So could look to take positions inside this whole candle and just target the upper hold here just for a quick scalp. Probably somewhere around 7%, maybe more if it goes deeper. It should try to move up because that looks like pretty much a sweep of the trend. You don't generally sweep trends and then continue down. You normally sweep trends. Whoever bought all of those positions down there is probably going to want to go up here to sell them. So that's one possible trade to look at today. ARA16Z has exploded from yesterday, but it's run into resistance now. It's got a range trend up there, so it could, if it goes up again and hits that range trend, so this is where you use the totals and confluence. If this hits that range trend at the same time the total hits its resistance, then this is going to be a short, and it'll be a pretty decent short because it's gone up too high, too fast. Okay, AVNT has closed with too much of a wick on the top side of the candle, so it's going to need time to get through that trend, unfortunately. So that's probably a nothing for a day. If it does come down and test this origin level down here at 59144, you could probably take a scalp on that, scalp it back up to the trend. It may even just push right through the trend to the hold off that and then retrace back down. So it could be like a pump and dump type scenario where it comes down, hits this, spikes up, hits the hold, retraces before the end of the day. So but just a quick move. Okay, Aster. So Aster's stuck under, still technically hasn't broken trend because it didn't close up. So this is possibly a rounding error because this little candle right here, 6 on the decimal place, eh? on the furthest decimal place. So either 0.9494 is going to bounce because that is potentially a support level. But it is a support level by a factor of 6 on the very final digit there, which could be a rounding error. But you could try to enter on that, and with a target of ending up here at the hold, which would mean it would have to try and break the trend. Probably can't do that for a day anyway, unless it just goes on an absolute tear and then ends up rejecting back down again. So you might just be better to wait. If it does tap this and then break over the trend tomorrow, then you know where it's going. It's going up here. The other option is to see if it actually goes on a nosedive, because this level down here is definitely support, the 8550. So if it does a dip down to here, that would be a better place to get in on that. And if it stays down there too long, then obviously the trend or the underside of this become the TPs, and if it doesn't stay down there too long, then it'll head up to that hold level at the top there. So you could look to, it's either going to be that to that, or it's going to be that to that, which is a nice juicy 30%er. And we've got ARK. So this is hard closed the range trend. It's probably going to pull back to the range trend at least, and then head to that break level. So it may just head to the break level. It is possible to do that. Overall, this is just in a higher time frame move up to this 0.02. But if you just wanted to take it as more of a shorter term trade, pullbacks to support and then up to the break level. If it takes too long, so for example, if this comes back in one candle in the next 3 hours and then pushes up to there, that's it, trade's done. If it is like more of a sort of slow bleed down, it'll create this as a hold level and then just revise your TP to the hold level rather than the break level. And it may come down and retest this, that 4 hour origin going through there, which has been hard closed, but the price hasn't come back to do a retest of it. So if we get a bit of a dump today and it comes back down and hits that, that would be another good place to look to enter. And target would just be the same target that's already in play, which is that 4 hour origin up there. So yeah, may come down, go up, could even then come down and then go up higher. So something like this is also possible. Yeah, like that. So we crept back up just inside the range. So this is probably going to go to somewhere up inside there if it. So you can start to look. And if it has a dump down, it'll be down here to this 211 sort of level or backside of these trends. Break level there. Kind of see a single candle. don't know if that's a very big move, but 1.54%. $1.87 from here. Bingo, bingo, wingo, wango. Yeah, I did take a BNB trade the other day, which was nice. It was a bit slow, but it did what it was meant to do. And yeah, Sol is just painful. It's only painful because it is looking like it's going to have a really big move. And before that kind of thing, they don't want anyone to come along for the ride. So it's just getting super compressed. BNB, BNB. Where is it here? Yeah, so there's some really clean daily levels here. Some are already in play, which is this bounce here. So why look at perp charts over the USDs? I just chart what I trade, because if you're trying to get a level, the levels can differ across different different charts, and also because most market makers aren't moving money between fiat and a token, like USD to a token. Most of them are doing it with USDT or USDC. So there was a bit of a swing when regulation kind of knocked a lot of USDT pairs out of Europe, and a lot of stuff had to go to USDC. So historically, it's always just been the best to use USDT pair with the token, because that's pretty much what all the algos are using. But yeah, I have noticed USDC makes a bit of a difference now. Also, spot charts, like technically the spot charts are sometimes better as well, but the level on the spot chart can be different. So if you're actually trying to take a perp and it's $1 different or 10 cents different or whatever on the spot chart, you just won't get your entry, or you'll get a worse entry. So let's see if we've got anything going on over here. Okay. So there's a tip. What I did was I took this high back here and used this to determine which one is the right candle at the top. And it's not this candle, because this was the candle that swept trend prior to the dump, which means that the actual trend starts there, not the highest one. Timestamp that. Spot charts are just going to be a pair. So for example, actually I'll set this up and then I'll show you. Where's my anchor? There it is. Okay. seconds. Right, so don't know how big a move that is, but so you sort of got about a 1% bounce that could happen between the trend and the underside of that range. If it sneaks above there though, then it's probably going to head up to there. And this level down here, if it was to take a bit of a nosedive, this 1052 would be where you'd want to start your entries. Hey, Miles. The indicator at this stage is not available to everyone. It's going to be at some point. It's more of a trading tools than anything else. Just helps you do things a heck of a lot faster than what it would take to map it all out manually. But yeah, it's definitely going to come. It's the people developing it want to get paid. It'll happen eventually. Okay. I'm going to save this. I think we'll start paying a bit more attention to BNB moving forward. Okay, so charts, the two ones that I've always found to be the most important are basically the USDT pair and the spot pair. So say for Sol, it would be the perp contract, which it doesn't actually, oh yeah, it does say USDT there, so USDT perp contract, and the USDT spot. Because if you ever get something that looks like it really could just be a rounding error, like you're just going, geez, it got within 3 cents of my entry, and then it appears that it flipped long or it flipped short, it's like, okay, it looks like the trade might have actually played out. Then one of the best things you can do is flick over to the spot chart and just check it out on that, because yeah, if it has played out on the spot chart, then it pretty much has played out on the perp chart as well. So sometimes you do get those tiny little rounding errors. And so basically every token will have both, and just look at them on the same exchange. That's about it. Yep. Yeah, it finds trends, it finds origins, it finds, and you can specify what types you want to look at. And so for example, you can go, so maybe you just want to see breaks and origins. You might also want to pull up all of the ones that have been broken and retouched before. You might want to find the ones that have been broken but untested, which is quite good, because if you've got broken and untested breaks or origins on your chart, they are targets. So there's going to be, at some point, the price is probably going to go back there. So yeah, and you can flip through them. You can show in range tested origins, which are a slightly more advanced thing as well, which is ones where they actually get created before the range is even created. So that's another little thing. And you can filter them and have it so it's only showing ones within a certain range of price, or only show a certain amount, because you don't want the chart so cluttered up. But also there's issues with TradingView because it just can't store so much information. So if you're dealing with low time frame charts, you've pretty much got to enable range filters to make sure that they don't bug out, basically. So yeah. and then range trends, separate one, different types of hold levels. Time array trends have made this. So you set different anchors on different time frames. And then once you've set the master trend, it'll build all the other trends off it. So that's automatic. You just got to set up the master one. So to be honest, I still find it easier to do that manually. But yeah, well, the way I sort of would envision most people would use them is they'd start their day um, with a chart, and they would turn it on, put the chart onto say the weekly time frame, and then they would just mark out the levels. So there's still work. Like you're never going to become like a trader without doing some work, right? So you put it on, you mark out your weekly levels, and then you flip the time frame of the chart down to daily, and then you mark out the daily levels that exist within the weekly levels, and then you flip it down to 4 hour, and then you do the same thing, and then you go down to 1 hour, and maybe it's a 1 hour time frame is the time frame that you're going to do your scalping or your trading on. But just by flipping through a few different time frames and then just taking your tools and just marking the level, and obviously you'd want to mark the level and have some templates and give it, like in this case, whatever it might be. It might be like this one would be on 1-day origin. So you'd want to, and I haven't really made any structured way of what color and all that kind of stuff you do this yet, but so there you go, daily origin. So you put it all on there, and then flip down to the next time frame. And when you flip down to the next time frame, obviously the levels will change because the indicator is automatic, and you'd only care about the 4 hour ones that exist within the daily ones. And so after you've spent about, hopefully, no more than 5 or 10 minutes, you'll have the little box that you're trading in, and versus spending a lot more than 5 or 10 minutes doing it the manual way. So yeah, and you'd only have to update the daily levels every now and then, or if they get overcome. So you could actually go monthly, weekly, daily, and then you could be only then updating the daily ones once a day, only updating the weekly ones once a week, and the monthly ones once a month, and trading all the 4 hour ranges that exist within the bounds of the higher time frame levels. That's kind of the concept, but we'll get there eventually. Okay. Zcash. Damn, missed the entry. Didn't have an alert. That was the entry. Bummer. Oh well. To chase or not to chase? That is the question. To chase or not to chase? What percentage is that? Nope. Yeah, trends are a pain. You only really, well, I mean, probably the best way to know your trends right is time array trends. So start on the weekly and then work your way down to the daily, then down to the various different hourly options. But yeah, you can't. It's just tricky to know whether things like this candle is the sweep, and maybe this is the trend here. Yeah, I don't think it's a question of will we dump. We will dump. It's a question of will they take the liquidity from the top side and then dump. That's the question. How many trades do you make a day? Oh, 1 to 10. It kind of depends what is available, really. Like this would have been had I been paying more attention, this would have been an entry. And you may still be able to get this because it doesn't have a target until the candle closes, so it might bounce it a second time and go up. It may sweep it and go up. So that's one. If it closes under it though, don't want to be in it. Yeah, so it's very possible the topside liquidity will get taken. Mostly on altcoins. I mean, BTC has already hit a appropriate level of rejection, so it could go any time. But altcoins as a whole haven't. So it's monthly. Yeah. So total market cap, excluding stables, has already hit a point at which it could start the rejection. But if you just separate out altcoins, they haven't. So, which makes a bit of sense. So, like it is a weekend. If they're going to take a big dump, they'll typically trap people over the weekend, and that might mean pushing the altcoins up a little bit, getting everybody excited, and then dumping down. So it's kind of what I'm watching for. Plus, this is actually a broken break level. It is hard closed, so that's the other bit, just a bit suspect about this whole thing is that this means up, and that usually means this means fake, and you're going up. So if we look at it from a low time frame, 15-minute sol, let's just hit the range trend. So if it pushes down just under the range trend, opens the next candle, it'll try to come down, but still within its range. This is just in the same range it's been in for the whole of yesterday. This is the problem because it's still under its trend. So whatever's going to happen on altcoins, it's probably not going to happen for at least 3 hours because this would have to move up, close with a wick, move the trend, bounce, and go. So, which is why the daily, which has moved the trend, may continue to creep down for sort of the next 3 hours, and then it could tag that, bounce up a little bit, create the wick on the bottom of the 4 hour, and then the 4 hour closes, the trend moves on the 4 hour, the daily keeps moving up because it's got the 4 hour out of the way. So all the time frames have to kind of work together to actually be able to have the price go in one direction or the other. Oh, thank you, Sober. ETH update. Yep, we can do that. So after the liquidity is taken, do I think we go into a bear market? Maybe. Depends how high it goes. I think if it goes to 117 on BTC, then probably not. If it goes to anything less than 117 and then down, then no, I don't think it's a bear market. If it goes and hits 124, yeah. If it spikes above 124, then goes down, very much yeah. So those are my thoughts. ETH. Do you like the new thumbnail on the live stream? I literally had to figure out how to put a text box on a picture to do that. Sad to say, someone help me. Well, it doesn't actually look that bad on the monthly. I mean, it's in rejection, but it's not bad. Yep. Okay, so all I'm doing now is I'm just checking to see how the trend arrays. Does it end up on the same candle? And if it does, I can just go and use that candle because it just continuously appears on the same candle. So just checking the lows. There it doesn't. Cool. So that's the sweep. Same. Okay. Same from here. Nope, different. That's why trends are so much fun. Same. Okay, I'm going to go with that. Okay. So the yeah, my phone. He is the one that helped me do this. Anything really good and creative you see is him. I just put lines on charts. Okay, so the slight hiccup that ETH has got is that it's closed the month under this level here, which means it's kind of stuck between the trend and that level. So that makes it a little bit tricky. Now, it's not a hard close, so it has not lost the level. It could just push up. It probably has to come back a little bit more before it can do that. So just find this topside trend. Yep. Okay. It doesn't have a resistance trend, so that's good. It's got a prior trend to retest, which is up here. So the previous trend was that one. And that would be the first touch of the range trend from back here, which is created to here. So ETH, it's very likely that ETH would, if it does pump from the underside of here, it would head straight back to almost a double top, which would be retesting this prior broken trend, which is crossing over this month with where the candle is now with the range trend. And when it hits that, it kind of depends when it hits it, because if it was to hit it, say, towards the end of November, what you then have at that moment is a big yellow candle coming up here, and you have a hold level down here. So that means the rejection back to the hold level stays within the trend, and the people who are going on about longer cycles could be correct. It could keep going. And if it does it quite early in the month, then it's most likely going to just keep pulling back down. And if it doesn't create a hold level here, then effectively there's nothing to break the trend. And then you'd expect it to lose the trend and go into a bear. So that would be my monthly view. It's pretty much like everything else. It looks like it could do a blow off top and then dump. As far as daily, save that as well. Oh, what just happened? Accumulation break created. Yep. So push the candle down to be on the wrong side of the trend. So we have a range trend, which might manage to get it to go back up, or it's going to reject off the back side of this and push down. So that's why you don't like candles that close with little wicks. So see how that plays. If they just want to keep it bouncing between these two levels, then they can. They just tap that, head back up here, just like they've been doing this whole time. Okay. I don't know if they could do a mega wick to the downside. Psychologically, it's you imagine that there would be a lot of people right now who have got orders sitting down there because they look at it and they go, geez, that last time the price went blah blah blah, I didn't have an order sitting there. So just the fact that there'd be more buying orders sitting down there now almost would stop it from being able to repeat exactly the same thing. Don't quote me on that just in case it happens, but it just seems they don't usually give you a chance to catch those kind of things. I know a guy last cycle, and all he used to do was basically put orders sitting about 5, and it was, the percentage depended on the token, but on some tokens like Sol, he'd just go 5, 10, 15, 20% below current price. And if you go back and have a look at last cycle, yeah, all he'd do is just have those orders sitting there on low leverage or spot, and a couple times a month he'd get orders hit and wake up in the morning and take some profits. And he just did that the whole way through the cycle. So, but it's just random. Yeah, correct. The more assets you chart, the more um, trades you will find. This cycle has been so different in that respect from the last one. In the last cycle, it was just a case of chart a whole bunch of assets. In fact, you could just open like 20 positions last cycle and you just get, they would all go long, they would all go short. It was just like everything moved together. This cycle, the money flow has just been really, really different, and it's been narrative driven, and they just are pumping one token randomly, and then the next day it's a different token. And unfortunately, there's been very few times this cycle where you could just blanketly long or short a bunch of things. What you would end up with is some of them just never leaving the starting point while others go into profit. So yeah, this one you've sort of got to be a little bit more eyes open to things, or just accept that there isn't a trade today and don't take a trade. I mean, Sol gives something basically every day. It's just sometimes it's really small. If you could be bothered taking trades in the last 24 hours, you could have taken $1 longs and shorts on Sol over and over and over. It's just, yeah, last cycle was very different. Okay. Okay. So the weekly's hanging off the edge when it comes to ETH. But that 3489.24 would be a really good entry if it takes a dip down to that. And the other level, which if you were going to put a cheeky order on ETH that may or may not get hit until the bear market, but maybe, you never know, it would be this 2839 level. So it's a break origin level that's never been retested. So it'll be a very, very, very strong bounce level. And it's also a target. So if price is to dip, it's got a untested hold at the bottom here. So that would be also this level slightly below it as well. There's a lot of reasons just to send a wick straight down to that. Much like this level. This level. So it's quite a wee way away. But yeah, absolute cheeky entry could be down there. Before it gets there, it's probably more likely to bounce off the trend and come back up to the hold though. So there'd be, if you're sitting there waiting for this, there'd be plenty of trades that are probably going to happen in here before it even comes down here. And this is also, yeah, so that I'd just be looking to get some kind of trade off that 3489 level. Personally, that's good, strong level. And if we have a pump over the weekend and this goes back up above the trend, then don't be bearish anymore and it's probably going to push up. And probably the perfect perfect thing this could do if it wants to just be a real little tricky bullish fake candle is it could pull back up, stay blue, but just almost become a doji where it's like right above that line, shift the trend to the underside, and then basically be free and clear to pump. So because basically this level here is the equivalent of this level here. So that is the top and bottom of the range. And chances are if it tests this, it'll go to that. If it goes there first, it'll probably try to come down here. And then whichever side breaks, new range, breaks, new range. Okay. So we're sort of waiting for Sol to hit this. If you've just joined, once it hits this, it'll have some kind of support. And until then, unfortunately, it's behaving like a little weakling. And the other thing we've been very, very, very conscious of is this. So whether we come back up into this area and then reject on alts broadly. Bummer. Should have just taken the Zcash one, eh? Grr. All right, so what happened here in the real world is that I didn't have an alert on that level. I didn't have an order sitting on that level, and I really should have, because I charted this out this morning. And it hit the level, and it went back up. And the target is this, but the target doesn't exist until the candle closes. So effectively, it was always capable of bobbing around in here. And then once the candle closes, it's gone back up and it's hit the target. So that's that is a trade. It's complete. If we'd been paying attention, it would have been would have only taken it to there, but it would have been a 2.35% move with the capability of having a pretty reasonably tight stop loss on these types of trades. So you could have, if you just want to follow the whole 1% a day thing, which is what I'd suggest people do, because 1% compounding, you will make a lot of money. It just takes time. You would have been so safe, because your stop loss would have been all the way down here. If you didn't want to follow those rules, you could have gone half and made double the amount. If you wanted to be a real degen, you could look at like one of these previous wicks and go, okay, I'll just go a little bit under these previous wicks. And because that's another thing, when these moves get created, when they get triggered, the wick doesn't typically exceed whatever these other candles were. So you can quite often tighten up your stop losses on them and so on. But yeah, that's a 1 hour trade. And we missed it. Poop. Now, Tau. Have we missed Tau? This one's a bit more complicated because there's a whole bunch of resistance, unfortunately. Nah, I won't take this. I was kind of hoping it would close over that for the day. So above the range trend. But yeah, it's closed the horizontal level. Do keep a really close eye on this because it's probably going to move around 40%. And there's a few spots in there you could take TPs at, but at this stage, some of the other things it could do first is it could retest these break levels. It could retest this origin level here. So the fact that it didn't close over the range trend kind of implies it might pull back first and then start to move up again. But the fact that it's closed over this really, really old historic level back here, or opened over it, I should say. Maybe tomorrow. Check this one again tomorrow. It's if it hard closes that really, really old level, it may just pop without doing the retests and then come back down later to liquidate everybody. But that won't stop you getting those arrows in. If it hard closes up here, you might be able to get all that tomorrow. So this is going to need to retest something. So whatever this is, MUSDT, perp. Don't even know what this token is, but what I know is that it hasn't closed over the break level. It may create a range trend in the next day, and if it does, and it doesn't have a hold level, it'll be a short back to the hold down here. And if you don't want to short it, but you just want to wait for the long, just look for it to enter this, and it's just a really classic fib trade. There's no wick on the top of this thing. It has not been tested. There's a full range after the whole candle. It's like the highest probability fib trade there is, and you could just look to see if you can refine entries, and I think I already did that. There's one down here at about 205. So yeah, there's a little 1 hour entry all the way down here at about 205. So you could look to enter. It may just bounce the daily, so you'd have to just keep a bit of an eye on it, or just don't take it with a stupidly big position or anything. But you got your lazy entry here at 2.18329, targeting the 2.2. Don't even know how much that is. Probably a percent or so, 4%. And you've got your greedy entry all the way down there at 205. So if it goes down to the greedy entry and then back up to the target, it would be about a 11% move. Yeah, if you're really new, then you've kind of got to have your stop losses there, because you can't have your stop losses within the range because they'll probably get hit. But of course, the range is also dependent on the time frame. My experience seems to be the main issue new traders have is that they just keep their trade open too long. They don't recognize the signs that the trade is actually reversing on them, and they have this hopium thing where they think it's going to go back up until it's too late, and then some of them let it go into negatives, and then they, you know, unfortunately, it's just too late. So yeah. So this is an example. If you were to take this trade, you'd have to either put your stop loss under this, which means it's a really bad risk reward. You know, you're beginning to stop down a lot more money than you were expecting to make. Or you've got to try to get the greedy entry, and once you get the greedy entry, you put your stop loss just under the base of this range, in which case it's a really good risk reward. Yeah. The thing about it too is that, you know, what is the risk of taking a trade when it's nearly got 100% chance of winning this particular setup? It's really just a case of waiting for it, because this might go up, close up, and be all the way up here and not come back here for months. You don't know. What risk reward? Well, it depends on how much you want to lose, what your win rate is, really. So most traders are aiming for risk rewards of 1.5 to 1 as an absolute minimum. But the thing is, that's also why they lose most of the time, because you can't just get a percentage out of a trade. You don't get to choose that. The trade will have an entry and it will have an exit, and whatever percentage is in that entry to exit is what you can achieve. So, like, I know a lot of people with win rates that are, sub 60%, and what they do is they go like this, and they go, I want to make 1.5 to 1. They want to make that. Okay, so then what they do is they go, okay, I'll put it here on the entry, and I'm going to make that. That's the trade I'm going to make. Well, they're idiots because they have no choice on that. It's not up to them that it's going to give them 1.5. If this candle closes yellow and the next one closes blue and the next one closes blue after that, then you have a hold level right there, and that hold level is probably not going to get past that hold level. Well, the probability of it getting past that hold level is basically round trip. It's going to hit it, it's going to go down. So the person who just wants to make 1.5 to 1 isn't going to get what they want. If they come down here and go, okay, well, I'll accept 0.92. So in one book, you're going to get professional traders who say that that is long-term trading death because you're going to lose too much and blah, blah, blah. But they're also not appreciating that that trade might win 100% of the time because you've actually gone within the realms of the structure. Same reason if you put a stop loss within the realms of the structure, you're probably going to get stopped out. So it's where to put stop losses is actually pretty much just a case of where would my trade genuinely be invalidated, and also is there somewhere else or some other way, because there's multiple ways a trade can be invalidated. So I'll give you an example of say this how this could play out. You've got this lazy entry here at 2.18 329, and then you've got this greedy entry all the way down here, which is more or less double the distance. It's great. It's a big great entry to get. And this is what we got on Sol the other day when we got the 15-minute greedy entry down at like that one, can't remember what it was now, 171, something like that, 179, somewhere around there. Actually, let's just show you on Sol, because that's really happened. Daily. Okay. And Sol. So what we wanted on Sol was we wanted to get this 191. But instead of entering at 185, which would have not quite got to 181, because as you can see it didn't, there's an annoying trend and other things that have stopped this from happening so far. What we did is we looked at this hold level and we said we want the greedy entry, and if we get the greedy entry, we take a trade. If we don't, then we don't take a trade. So came in here, went down and said, okay, well, we've got this level all the way down here. Look at that level. Then went a bit deeper, said, what else we got? We've got a 1 hour. It's kind of the same level. And then we said, okay, well, do we have anything deeper? And oh, yep, we've got this little 15-minute level all the way down here. Okay, and that is the level that we will take the trade on. Okay, so pretty much couldn't have got a better bottom if you tried. That was the bottom. Now, if it is a daily move, which it is, where are we going to put our stop loss? So say you just wanted to have a stop loss preset for an October 10 type event. What you would do is you would put your stop loss below the wick of this range here, prior range. And so that means your position is entry here, stop loss just under here, and TP here. Okay, so that's a 1 to 7.4 based on that. And then what you can do once the trade has started and you've got some structure formed is you could actually reduce your risk. you can say, okay, look, we nailed the bottom. I'm going to bring my stop loss back up to here. What you can also do is you could take some profit, and if you get a really, really greedy entry, one of the things that can happen is the price can spend a day inside between the 1 and the break. And if it spends a day there, quite often the 1 becomes resistance, because whatever is support can be converted to resistance under certain conditions. So hold levels are no different. If it was to spend too much time in this area, you would either just choose to close the trade, or you would take profits at the 1, and maybe take 50% at the 1, and then just check to wait to see if it actually gets out of that and gets up to the level up here that we're aiming for. But yeah, that's pretty much how you should go about taking a trade if you want to have really good risk reward, is to find the greedy entries. Make sure you take the greedy entries. So things like origin levels, they are quite often good levels to take, because you could have taken this. So instead of trying to refine inside that whole candle, you could have looked at this as a level, and that would have meant what would you have done? You would have gone on that as your entry. I normally take origin levels just as a 1-to-1, so you could have gone just under that blue candle even there. And then you got to look for what is the whole candle. The whole candles of this range, the whole candle was this one, so you'd probably look to take your TP based on that one, which is there. And you could have just taken that as a trade. It would have gone into drawdown all the way down to there, back up to there, made profit. But these are good ones for building bags, and you just take them as 1-to-1s typically. First touches. That wick did go down quite a bit. But if you followed that same rule, if you took the origin level and you made sure that you keep your stop loss under the previous wick of the candle that converted it, then you wouldn't have got stopped out. It's pretty rare that you ever see this wick come further down than this one. Well, you could put it into profit. A lot of people put their stop losses into profit, and then they just get stopped out on the trade, because you're moving your stop loss into the range, and it's a range. It's called a range because price ranges within it. So you tend to just get stopped out a lot if you do that. You could also take half the profit and then set your stop loss to break even, which would mean your stop loss is even further down, and then you're really unlikely to ever get stopped out before your target. So, if you do get stopped out, you haven't lost anything anyway. So that's another way you could do it. So if you can get greedy entries, it fixes so many problems with trading, because the thing that works against you is time, and because time develops structure, and if too much time is spent at a low, the resistance above will be bigger. No, you should be aiming to try and get into a range before it breaks, because then you'll be much lower down. Like, say, here's some advanced stuff for you. Okay. This will create a range, because it's closing up above a certain level and it's fully engulfing the base candle. So this won't create a range, this lot. It'll bounce and you can trade it, but this will create a range. So before the range even exists, you could take a swing trade. So this is more swing trades than scalps, but you would look to take a trade between here and here by laddering in this area. So price closes up, entries into here, TP up to here. And that's how ranges get created. So you could take that as a trade. Sometimes they go quite deep and then back up, so just bear in mind. In this case, it didn't so much. It worked down to, I don't know, about 188 and then went up to create the top of the range. Sometimes the range top is really high up. Sometimes it'll be all the way up here. So that's, but you just take it at the different levels. And it's also why price spends more time down here. It's kind of like the final, this is the final point for the range that this was trying to create. So this is like excited bullish candle stuff where big engulfment, wick, 1618 engulfed, bounce off it, go up, create a range. Oh no, look, gonna run into some resistance. Let's go down. Let's see, do we really want to make this range? And that's what this candle is doing right now. It's deciding whether or not it's gonna continue up to create a range or whether it's gonna fail. And when you look at that, with all the other factors put in, trends and all the other levels and hold levels and stuff, what we have is we were stuck under that trend for an entire day. It's moved to the bottom side now, so we should have the ability to wiggle our way down and bounce off that trend and move back up. But for that to happen, the 4-hour one has to shift, and this is just schizo. Bouncy, 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 bouncy. So yeah. Yeah, stop loss placement. It's a fun one. I mean, it all kind of depends on the type of the trade. It's also why like time frames are all fractal, and you can't necessarily make bigger money by trading higher time frames because the stop loss will be wider. So if you're risking a certain percentage based on the distance between your entry and your stop loss, the time frames are relevant because the lower time frame trades are going to be tighter trades. The risk is going to be a tighter area, and the amount of money you'll make is the same. So it's why you could have just been bouncing that backwards and forwards. 2 hours to go. So like what you just saw Tao did, there's no technical target for this trade at the moment because the candle's not closed. So if the candle closes just up inside here, so about 185-ish, then it has a target after that, and the trend moves to the bottom, and then it can go to the target. But until then, it's probably just going to be more boring stuff. And this other little tidbits is things like yellow candles into blue candles or blue candles into yellow candles. They can't create range trends, but blue into blue can. So, you know, this is pretty close. It could be a rounding error, but it might be trying to create a range trend like that. And if it closes just up in there and doesn't make a hold level, then it can bounce the range trend and then come up here to test the break level. We'll push through to that range trend. So if it does create a hold level, then you have to change the scope of the trade idea, and you'd go between the hold level and the trend, not try to target higher. So even though a yellow candle has gone into the hold, doesn't actually matter. It's the blue one closing into the hold that matters. Okay. So let's see what Zcash wants to do next. So pretty much Zcash bounced off this origin level, went straight through this hold level, hit that hold level. And you wouldn't bank on that as a trade. If you wanted security in your win rate, you just take it from here to here. Yeah, yeah. And wicks get swept, double tops get swept, triple tops get swept. Same with the bottoms. It's all structurally, like if you study smart money concepts, the whales will build, like they'll build the chart in a way that makes you feel like there's a safe place for you to have your stop loss, and then that's where you put it because you think the price has come here 3 times and rejected all 3 times. It's a strong resistance, and as soon as your stop losses and everything are up above that strong resistance, it's not a strong resistance anymore. It's whale bait. Percent of the trading per day. Well, if you take a 1-to-1 trade with 1% of your bag, you'll make 1% if you win the trade. So that's kind of the same. But I mean, ideally, you can make more. Like, there's no reason why you can't make more. But it's just, it should be a pretty bite-sized goal that people can do with very low risk. Try to find a 1-to-1 high probability trade per day that you can take 1% risk on. And that would have been right there. You could have just taken that one trade and you could go sit on the couch. So that would just be a long position. And you go there to there. And you go, does a 1-to-1 work? Well, it does because I can have my stop loss under that previous wick. And it's the previous wick of an origin level, which is why it's different. It's the previous wick of a first touch of an origin level. The chances of it getting below that wick is pretty low, right? So this is high probability win rate. If you took it as a 1-to-1, it would have been stop loss all the way down here. So, which is even lower than the wick, which is good. And if you'd had, whatever, take a 1% risk on it, and that would be your 1-to-1 trade with a 1% risk. And all you have to do is find one of those each day. Yep, that's what leverage is for. Leverage doesn't, like the X level of the leverage doesn't matter, it's the risk. If you took this on 100x leverage, well, you can't really take that on 100x leverage actually, but percentage is probably too big. But if your risk is 1% of your bag, the leverage doesn't really matter. It's the risk. The risk is the thing that's important. I don't know how many Zcash things that would have to be. Be a lot. What we need to do is find a new leverage calculator to explain that to people properly. I did that video on leverage calculators and then that website disappeared. So I think it's let's see, do leverage. Let's see if there is one. So I'm just looking at something. Potential cost. Calculate projected returns. That's not what you want. It's funny how everyone's always worried about projected what they're making. They should worry about what they can lose. Oh yeah, this looks interesting. Looks like an online casino website. Okay. Let's see if we can do something with this. I'm just going to put that on the other screen for a sec so that I can see what this actual trade was. So entry 399.8. Take profit 409.15. Stop loss 2.50. No, this website sucks. Oh, you got to select a token. So I'm just going to play with this for a second, and if it's any good, then share it. Entry, take profit. Oh. Position size. Okay, here we go. Yeah, okay, this kind of works. Okay. Right. here is a website. Okay. So that Zcash thingy, that token, just clicking up there in the top corner, Just put this in here. I mean, there may be better ones out there than this, but this will give you an idea, okay, of what leverage is all about. So if you were to want to long that Zcash trade that was up on the screen before, and on that origin level, and you wanted to take the first TP at 409.15, your entry was on the origin level at 399.80, and you had your stop loss below the wick at 390.50. You wanted to risk 1% of your trading bag because you're just looking to try and make roughly a 1-to-1. It's a slightly bigger than 1-to-1 trade, but and let's say your trading bag was 100,000, you basically would be making $1,000. There'd be fees, you'd have to take into account the fees, and entry and exit with limit orders would mean less fees with most exchanges. But based on that scenario, you don't need leverage at all, right? Because if you want to risk $1,000 and you had 100,000 in the portfolio, the position size would calculate out at 42,989. So you don't need leverage to make that in that particular scenario. Okay, so where it changes a bit would probably be something along the lines of if we tighten the stop loss. Okay, so if, for example, the stop loss was different, so just take that away for a second. Okay, so let's say we went under the yellow wick and the stop loss became there, and and you got liquidated, right? Real world, if you just went just under that wick, you got liquidated. But let's say we don't. Let's say we go 395.42. Okay. And well, no, that still fits within the trading size. What if we have to play around with this now for a bit? Let's see if that was our trade, which is not possible, but let's just see. So if the entry was 397.68 and the stop loss was 396.3, and I want to risk 1%. Okay, yeah, the website's not very good, but you'll get the point. So let's see if we were going to try and take that trade. Okay. Okay. Now, if we were going to try and take that trade and we wanted to risk 1%, the problem is our stop loss is so tight that to lose 1% in that little area, we would have to open a position size of 256,000. Now, if your portfolio size that you're trading with is only 100,000 and you're trying to open that, now you need leverage. Okay. And the website's, like I say, not very good because that number probably should have changed, I'd say, that leverage number. But that would mean you're opening a 7.4 to 1 trade, and there's no way to open that trade of that risk with no leverage because you just simply do not have enough money in your account. So although that little leverage number probably should have changed to something bigger, maybe if I delete that, let's see, let's put that in. No, okay, it doesn't work, but yeah, tell me if that makes any sense, and don't bother with that website, it doesn't work very well. Then there was silence. See if you can find a good website. We'll share it with everybody. %, makes sense. Yeah, cool. So yeah, leverage is a tool, but it doesn't change your risk. Your risk is your risk. And if you believe that you can get that accurate entry, then, and you don't have enough money in your account, then leverage gives you the money. But regardless, the risk is still the risk. So Asia Open, let's see. Is the intern at the desk or is it the pump manager? Check this out. There's a lot of shorts up there that have chased that little dip. Usually in about that 30 minutes leading into Hong Kong Open, you just should not trust anything you think you see. If you think it's dipping, just wait. Wait for the markets to open. If you think that it's pumping, just wait. Bingo. That's it. If you can scalp a greedy entry, then you can make, 1 to 5, 1 to 10 trades, and that changes things very quickly. It's looking pretty dumpy. Do you think we can ride Sol back to 186.43? Yeah, I think if they shift the 4-hour trend to the bottom side, you'd probably get it back up to the whole candle at least. Just purely based off that. And the 1 hour is going to shift to the bottom side uh, probably in 5 minutes if this closes blue. So you might be able to run it back up to 185. It's only really a 50 cent-ish move on that. Such a tight range. This would have been a perfect range for a trading bot. Just up, down, up, down, up, down. They may dump this further though, because if they close under that range trend and under these horizontal levels, so sneaking it down into this gap down here, that'll be a lot of resistance to break the trend. So even though they move the trend, they might then just break the trend. Let's see. So this whole range is now kind of still got these three levels. 1, 2, 4 actually. 1, 2, 3, 4 support levels still to the downside on the 1 hour. See what happens. 2 minutes. Get back up inside the trends, go target the hold. Little fake out. Stay right there, move the trend. Long-term positive. Flip yellow and stay there, bad. Interior downtrend. Hope we're not getting back into that whole have to wait for New York market for anything to break ever thing again. Doesn't fit very well with my sleep timing. Yeah. So it's kind of like these few seconds that really matter. Just if they start pushing the candle down underneath with that level of support, then it's not super bad right there. It's just holding inside that range. Nope. Not now. Okay. So minimum bounce for this thing really is just now between the backside of this range and that trend. So it doesn't have to go up from here. That's the kind of thing they would do if they are either trying to keep it stuck or park it under resistance. It leaves you like, if you're thinking about longing this back up to the hold level, you just don't really take that trade because it could go up, but it could just reject straight off this horizontal now. And versus if they'd pulled it back up and closed just inside all of this, then you'd have like 100% hit the button, take the scalp. But now it's a 50-50. Now we don't know whether we suck. We're 50-50 now. What they are is just being really bloody annoying. So looking forward, if it goes up into here, opens another candle, converts this we suck again range to an origin level, then the next time it hits it, then you know you've got a trade. But at this stage, these are all just break levels. None of them are actually high time frame support, so you don't know. So your target would be up here. So this probably would have been too small to take, but yeah, too small. But that there is converted to higher time frame support, which is that bounce that's happening right there right now. But your minimum target for that would have been this candle here. So you wouldn't take that one either. The next target for that would be this level up here. And that level. That would be profitable, but it's kind of the second target. Prior broken trend retest there as well. Nah, they don't let us suck. They just want this to go sideways at the moment from the looks of it. What they do is they just keep making these little support levels and just keep bouncing the price. So that bounce there on the 1 hour, which just kind of looks like it was out of nothing, is actually that 15-minute level bouncing. But we've now got that trend to the downside. Bouncing off this range trend, 1 hour and 54 minutes, and this longer trend that's been running through here. That should shift to the downside, and then hopefully the daily can expand. the other tokens are doing. So he's just doing nothing. Okay, so hype's coming down to a potential trade. So it's rejected the hold level there. It's probably coming down to one of these two levels down here. Fartcoin's just waiting to bounce. May just need to touch that. Someone really needs to give it a kick, eh? Volume, 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 volume. Mm. Right. So if this gets back up inside the range trend and engulfs that candle, you could probably bounce it from one range trend to the other. Heard me say that, it's just going to go now anyway, isn't it? That could be a good candle to catch if it comes down. Gotta wonder how long they're going to let these people live. When face? What face? This might be a pretty good sign, actually. It might break that trend soon. If this turns out to be a sweep of the underside of the support trend, then usually that's because they want to go up here. Grab some liquidity and then go short squeeze all that 100x leverage traders that have opened shorts from here up to where? Up to here is about the top of it. 100x lev up to here. Come on. Damn. Range trend. I think close a candle up in that area there. Then if that becomes the sweep, close a candle up in there, break over the trend, squeeze all those 100x traders. We'll reject the range trend and make us wait again. Favorite trading days? Tuesday to Thursday. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday are typically liquidity inducement and traps. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, they tend to go off on whatever direction they really want to go off on. Nope. ETH might actually be in a long from inside this. Range trend back to hold. So it's hit the break at the top. It hasn't yet hit the break. Sorry, it's converted the break at the bottom into an origin level, and it's hit the break at the top but not converted it. So it might be getting ready to sweep the bottom and then spring up. Let's see. So if it just bounces off this level, doesn't come back down here, then that's showing pretty much that it wants to stay in the 50% of that range, and it may come back up for the trends next. If it comes down to here, then that would be very, very tight little origin retest. Yeah. I mean, it'll pop. The liquidity both above it and below it are just stupidly condensed. So it's just a case of when it goes. Slightly more biased to it popping to the upside just because they're shifting the trends to the underside. Yeah, got to be quick. Got to have really low fees too. Break, 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 break. Just needs a accumulation candle. Because it's basically sitting in this interior downtrend, but it's kind of going sideways through it. So it just needs one yellow accumulation candle, please. And most likely it's still not going to do anything until it gets down here. or this gets to here. So let's put 84.12. Looky, looky. Is anything actually moving today? Zcash. Yeah, the markets really do seem to be waiting for a catalyst. It might just be having to wait for this, really. Wait for that candle to close, trend move, then hopefully everything at that point has a chance to come unstuck. Need a tweet. Oh, oh, squeeze. Yay. Go get him. Oh, keep going. Yay. See if we can stay up there. So when you're sort of looking at this range down here, it hit the break level at the top. It hit the break level at the bottom. It converted the break level at the bottom into an origin level, stayed above the halfway point of the range. And when you look where the trend was, it had actually swept liquidity from under the trend but got back inside of it. So it's that combined with all that lovely big red cake that exists on both sides of the price has started that little squeeze or that reversal. So, of course, it's got to stay up here for 10 minutes. It's got to be able to open another candle, yellow candle above the trend, ideally with no wick on the top, so that when the trend moves, it doesn't have resistance. So there's a lot of stuff it's got to do, but it's maybe trying to create a range off this. So closing above that or that to then give it another push. Still going to have problems here, but it may be trying to get itself into a position where it can open a candle in a better place to do with the trends, or it's just going to fail and that trend's going to move and it's going to bounce, and more waiting. We'll see. It's got to stay up here for 24 more minutes. So back when we said it's closed under the resistance, but it shifted the trend, it's now 50-50. What it should be doing is going up to here, but you don't really know because it could reject off the backside of those horizontals and actually try to break the trend and come down, but obviously, yes, it went that way. Apparently, China and the US have reached a trade deal. Come on. Don't you dare come back into the range. What's it up to? The real test is going to be what happens when we come back up inside this. How far does it go? So if this candle closes over 185628, then it may try to create a range in here, which the only way it can do that is if it actually ends up over the trend. So yeah, over or under that line can make a bit of a difference. But they basically just went up and took a little bit of the liquidity. Just went up into it, but didn't take it all. It's really got to break sometime. Yeah, it's definitely ready. It's definitely got one. So didn't really. So it closed back inside the range again. Just it's working up, but it's basically to actually break out of that downtrend. It's got to have another 2 candles minimum now. So it can keep pushing out, but it usually will just get dragged back down. So there's a ton of liquidity basically between here and here. Heaps. The bottom side sort of starts about here. So if this candle pushes up, closes, next one opens, then you could have a short squeeze. It's technically, I suppose it could do it with that, but you don't generally see 15-minute candles that just ram up through a whole bunch of levels on things like Sol. So it might be another 15 minutes. So, if the hourly starts creeping up and opens on the other side of these horizontals and on the other side of that trend, that's good. And of course, the 4 hour has to get up as well because it has to not so much have a hold level there and be able to open on the other side of these trends. If you do get a short squeeze though, that's the kind of thing that can push a candle back over a trend. And if the timing's right, then this ends up over the top of there, bounce, go. So which means it's probably more likely to happen closer to the close of the 4 hour. Come on. Yeah. So just needs to stay up around here. Pretty pathetic for a 4-hour candle. 0.45% bounce so far off a first touch of a range trend. 0.45% on a 4-hour candle. That's compressed. Nope. Not yet. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No. No, this hasn't hard closed yet. Well, this hasn't closed yet. That was the entry, which no, I didn't get. I stupidly did not have a manual line there with an alert. So missed that one. Just watching this now. So closes above the range trend, it could just bounce between here and here. So you could look to take a little move in about 4 minutes if it's still there. As long as it doesn't go, might go before it even, might go before it closes. We'll see. So it's the first touch of that range trend. So it would be pretty bullish if it didn't reject back to the hold. In which case you might be able to get this as the entry. But it could bounce here and just go straight up there. Might do that even before it rejects. Yeah. So this has now got something that's going to want to push up, something that's going to want to push down, another thing that's going to want to push up. Up here it's going to want to push down. Here is going to be down, and here is going to be up. So it may bounce from here through here, May have to come back down here and then bounce back to here. That should TP. Okay. Just take TP at the break, job done. All right, so that's port plus 0.5%. Need just one more, then we can go drink for the rest of the day. So I took that on pretty low risk, just and not on the full size, just because I wanted to be able to add if it rejected first. So concept behind the trade is you've created an advanced hold level, you've closed above the 1618, you've created range trends, but you can push through them prior to rejection. It should try to come to the 436.05 to create some form of range top based on the hold candle. But the break level is going to reject. So open the trade, TP the break level, scalp one. Meanwhile, Solster were doing nothing. Retire on Zcash. So if it does reject back to the hold level, then we'll take the normal fib trade. Yeah. And if it goes up to the 436.05, then it's trying to create a bigger range, really. And the other thing you kind of want to see is a hard close of the hourly up here, which will actually mean that this is more likely to support a bounce when the price comes back. And where is the HL? What? So this so what I just did then was when it closed over the range trend, I just scalped in, just marketed in, and just TP'd at the break level. So, but I did it with a smaller size because it could reject these and come back down to the whole candle. Um, but the concept of this whole thing is that the engulfment of the whole level closed above the 1618, which typically means you get continuation in the attempt to try and form a range. And so putting in a smaller size here and TPing at the first resistance was a pretty safe bet. The next thing is, it'll pull back down under the range trend, which is what it's doing now. If it keeps pulling back down, then it'll end up coming back down and testing the hold level, and then we can run it again. Probability wise, if it does a accumulation hard close above the 1618, then it may not come back here immediately. It might go up and range around up here, but then come back down. Yeah, what's ETH up to? Yeah, it's kind of the only thing that seems to be moving much. Everything else seems pretty stagnant. Although ETH is doing something. Oh, okay, yeah. ETH is basically just sandwiched between closing back under a monthly origin and a trend. That's a pretty pretty dangerous place to be. And this will retest this range trend or some of these levels down here at some point. So there'll be a good trade in that. I don't know really much about the Russell. One of the other guys in our Discord, Blue, was looking at how that kind of correlates to everything, and uh, but no, a bit beyond what I look at. This probably has to come back to that trend before it really has much chance of being able to push up through there. It's just stuck under that 3889.82. A couple of closes over top of it, maybe a couple of daily closes or something, but it's a monthly level, so it takes a bit to get over that. Maybe if the weekly closes over top of it, but the weekly looks pretty bad. So it's stuck under its own trend and it's potentially going to make a hold level. We need a Sunday pump. It's like every week. Saved by the Sunday pump. And we might get it when we touch this. Or this. Yeah, when soybean tweet. When printer burr. This might close under the range trend in a minute. Or above it. Just bouncing around. Doesn't have a oh yeah, it'll have a hold level too if it closes below here. So this looks like it wants to try and push down. So if you wanted to take it, there might be a scalp like that coming up. If it dips down to that bottom level. And if it closes back up inside that candle, then that's another sweep. Oh, how dare you. They really don't want this going anywhere. So this has definitely now entered that hold level. So in 41 odd minutes, when it closes, depending on where it closes, if it closes below the wick, it's probably going to hit up into there and then maybe try to break down. If it sneaks up here and closes blue, sort of like a little bullish surprise, then it'll bounce that and be able to hit up even higher because the hold level won't hold it if it's not created. So that's probably one to watch in 41 minutes on ARK. And just keep watching Asta to see if it comes down to this 94.94. This could be quite a good trade if it bounces that as a daily support level and then heads all the way up here. The only thing I'm a little bit sus on is that that's 95. Did it touch it? Probably should check the spot chart actually. Let's have a look. Nope. No, it did not. Okay. So that could be a level for the bounce, maybe. Yeah, Fartcoin's it's just pushing on the trend and waiting to bounce up to the hold. Just don't quite know why the heck these things just aren't moving, other than the fact there's just exchange volume is down about 50% on what it was. So, but yeah, there's a lot of liquidity. So in times like this, people just start to take bigger risks because they try to trade these small little moves, and they still want to make their money, so they just trade these tiny little moves, and then you end up with really high leverage, top and bottom. I mean, well, they took a little bit, but yeah, it only has to go up 70 cents to hit all that 100x stuff, or drop down about the same. Got to be pretty confident to have a 70-cent stop loss on SOL. And you're more than welcome to replace the word confident with stupid. Oh, my chain of thought on Asta is just that it's got a big bounce that it can perform, and it's just whether it comes through to it. So the trend moved. It's on top of the trend, so it's already got trend support that has to kind of break through some trends if it wants to keep going up. But it's got origin support down here, and that's capable of just breaking through trends. So if it could just dip down to the 9494 area, the normal price action from that point would just be it would blast off through these trends. And at this stage, it's only really got a tested hold level up here and a break level to go for, so it could be a pretty solid pump. So genuinely, at the moment, what it's established is that that is the bottom of the daily range, and that is the top. So if it wants to test the top of the range again after it breaks out of this trend, it could be a 124% move. And it's quite a new token, really. So when you consider like what most tokens do, they come out, they shill, they capitulate everybody, they buy everything back off them cheap, they pump, people chase, they sell into them. So because it's so new, it hasn't done all that yet. Like it's done the first part. Now they'll be accumulating. So if they make this the base and that the top, it'll go up 123%. This 15-minute price action on Sol is looking a little bearish if it closes here. So it may come down and test the bottom of the range. Okay, 26 minutes. No, 34 minutes, 4-hour close. Um, just get him to start with hold levels, break levels, origin levels, and trends. Just that. Don't worry about ranges or time or any of that kind of stuff. Just plonk him behind a replay tool for a really long time. Just get him to put trades on the, get him to pick a trade. So, get him to do stuff like this. So what you should do is basically take something like this. Put a screen like that in front of him, and after he's done a bit of study on the concepts, and then just get him to mark out the trades that he'd take and entries and exits, etc., and then see how they go. That's probably the best thing. Cool. All right, so 15-minute trend. Hourly trend. Let's wait on the 4 hour. So if we get the 4 hour to the downside, then basically we've got all the trends underneath for support, including the daily. And it might have a chance of breaking out at that point. Hello, boss. This is just ready to bounce up to that trend or that prior broken trend that's running through there. It's just waiting so patiently. Come on, stop sucking and go up. So this has got 2 candles left before 4-hour close. So if that 4 hours is going to pop, this thing pretty much has to be up over here, and then the next one takes it up. And that's an origin breakout level in there. So if it hard closes a candle up here, it can start that short squeeze that we want to see to get the heck out of this range. Yeah, I've got a daily sol long open from that 178 or wherever it was. From there. So just gonna, I'll either close it if we spend too much time down here, I'll close it, and if it gets stopped out, it's obviously closed, and else it's just going to TP at 191. The leverage section, yeah, I find it really hard to explain leverage. I find it really easy to know what to do with it, but it's the it's just the distance between your stop loss and your okay. So you've to understand. I'm going to try again. To understand leverage and why you would use it, you also need to understand like bankroll management. So if you're just going to put 1% of your portfolio at risk on every trade, so you have like $100,000 in your trading account, you want to risk 1% on a trade, which means $1,000. If you were to take a trade, the size of the position you open versus the distance between the entry and your chosen stop loss. So the distance in the entry and the chosen stop loss, you're happy to lose $1,000 if your stop loss gets hit. But the stop loss might be so tight that you might not have enough money in your actual trading portfolio. Maybe 100,000 isn't enough to open a position where that $1,000 would be the risk. So therefore you would use leverage to open a bigger position. That's the whole point of it. So it's not about opening a high leverage trade to take more risk. It's about the trade plan that you have says that the risk between open and stop loss fits within your bankroll management, and therefore you need to borrow some money because you need a bigger trade. It's like, yeah, I don't know. That's why those websites kind of work. Apart from that particular website, didn't work extremely well. That old one that has gone now was better. So I actually have a video on it which still has that old tool in it, and that explains it very well, but you just can't use the tool because it's gone. This is back. Just see if the website's back. No, it's not back. It's still gone. Yeah, all these calculators, they miss the point. I can see why people just don't get it. You go onto half these calculators and all they're doing is telling you what your profit or loss would be. Whereas it's not like that at all. It's capital, average, buy, stop loss price. Yeah, okay, this one might be all right. Let's try this one. Okay, so let's take a sole example. Let's say, chill. Let's say you want to do this trade. So you want to take this back to there. And you want to do it as one-to-one. Okay. So you got 100,000 in there. Don't really. The point of it is that you don't really choose that till after you know the risk. So you want to long it. You've got entry price of 184.713. You've got a target price. The target price is also kind of irrelevant. It's more about the risk. So we'll put it in. And the stop loss price be 184.203. So that's our projected trade. And it doesn't let you choose your risk, which is silly. Okay, so let's try calculate position. So it's asking you to put your position size in. Oh, so it's position size. All right. So say based on this trade, this is a bit of a backwards way of doing it, but what it's saying is that our potential loss will be $293 if we put 100,000 in. So that means we're putting our whole portfolio in, but we're only risking $293. So we want to risk more than that. We want to risk 1% of our portfolio. So based on that, and there'll be way better calculators out there to do this, but let's just say if we say, okay, I want to put in 250,000, well, that gives us a potential loss of about $700. So this is such a bad way of doing it. So 280,000. Yeah, that's, so we could probably go 300. And we're probably still not going to be 1,000. Yeah, so we'll just stop there. But what that basically means is that we don't have 300,000 to open a position. We have 100,000. So we're going to have to use some leverage. And at 3x leverage, it's probably, yeah, no, this calculator's screwed, but it's doing it from the other way. So the point of it is that if I had $100,000 trading capital and I wanted to take that exact trade, I could potentially 3x that entire position, and based on getting stopped out, I would lose within the 1% of my portfolio. And the only reason I would even be using leverage is because I was happy to risk the 1% of my portfolio on that trade in the first place, if that makes sense. That time, maybe. Yeah. No, I don't refer to those. I either use the position tool, which is part of TradingView, or I use my head. Oh, thank you. Thank you. But yeah, so I think most people just think leverage is this thing where they open a position on a certain amount of leverage because they're looking at what kind of profit they might make out of something. But yeah, it's just all about risk. And I just cannot preach enough about how if you risk like 1% on a trade and you aim to make 1% a day on your portfolio, it just, and you compound that. So if you were trying to make $1,000 today and then you have $101,000 tomorrow, then you're going to try and make 1% of $101,000 tomorrow, and then you got 102, and so on and so forth. It just, the speed at which that explodes is huge. Well, you can use if you've got TradingView, you can use the position tool. So you could put same figures in here. So that's just over here. You've got long and short. And if you want to risk, say, 1%, so you put 1% in there, it'll automatically bring the prices through into this. And then if you right click on it, okay, you can't really do that. Okay, it doesn't work either. You'd have to connect it to an exchange, I think. It gives you the amount of tokens you would open. And it gives you what your profit and loss would be. So you could do it this way. So this number down here, that would mean that your account basically ends up at 99,000 if you get stopped out. So you've lost $1,000. And that means that your account ends up at 101 and $9.29. So you could do it like that. You could basically go, okay, well, I'm happy to risk X amount. You set it up in here, 1% of the total. It doesn't really matter how you set this up. You could just, if you wanted to keep it even simpler, you could just change that to 1,000, and you could change that to risk 100%. It's all the same. So note that then says account 0 versus 2,000. So you could set it up like that. And then you just move your stop loss around and you go, okay, well, what do I lose? You might think, okay, I'll take the trade there, and that would be $1,000 lost if you get wicked out, or it'd be $4,000 gained if you win the trade. And you might say my stop loss needs to be all the way down here, and based on that, what it's saying is that you'll lose $1,000 if you come all the way down to here, but you're only going to gain 544 if you go up to there. So your risk to reward on that trade is not very good. but maybe that is just what you do. Or you might look to do a couple of different entries. So you could have different boxes set up. Maybe you come in here and you go, each one of my boxes, I want to risk, say, 33%. So put them there. Okay, so that's risking 33%. You could copy the box 3 times, and you could basically have 3 trades, all with stop losses, all with a certain amount of contracts. So in this case, it says open 333 sol. If you get stopped out, you lose 33% of your $1,000 that you've got allocated as risk. You could have another box, but it's going to be a different amount. So let's say you're like, okay, I'm going to add to my position if it goes there. Well, then you could add another 589 sol, tied a stop loss. You lose 33% of your account. So if this one gets hit down here, you lose 33. If this one gets hit, you lose 33. And you could have another one like this. Like that might be your final entry before your invalidation. And so you've laddered in 3 different price points, but collectively you only lose the $1,000. And yeah, otherwise you end up making, 1 to 0.5, which is a pretty crappy trade, a 1 to 1.75, and a 1 to 4.92. So it'd be some kind of average that you'd be making out of that. So that's another way you can do it. And I'm sure there will be good websites out there, but I think the key thing is that it's not so much about what you make, it's about what you lose. And leverage is just purely a tool to allow you access to funds you may not have in your account, so that you can lose what you were happy to lose, but open a bigger position size. Probably another way of thinking about it is that if you were risking 1%, you're probably only going to be using leverage if your stop loss is less than 1%. So if you set it up like this, if you said my account is 100,000, lot size, risk 1%, okay. If that stop loss there is ever bigger than 1%, you're not using leverage. If your stop loss was down here, no leverage. That's probably another way of looking at it. Because if you were using leverage and that was your stop loss and you were risking 1% of your portfolio, you would be risking more than 1% based on the leverage. Whereas if your was, say, here at 50%, well, then you potentially could be using 2x and you're only risking 1%. If it was here, you could be using 4x. If you're a 100x trader, you're going to be up here. There. And you're going to get stopped out a lot. It's kind of running out of time. How's that for? Just use 3.3x all the time. Why? No trader should ever really be using exactly the same leverage every single time. It should be, if they are, that they're either some type. It means they'll be risking different amounts at different times, really. unless they have a fixed stop loss percentage, and then once again, that's either selling yourself short because you could be making more, or it's taking too much risk because it can't always be right. Nothing in trading is always going to be exactly the same number. Oh yeah, James. Yeah, but he's sort of more of a fundamental type investor. Can fib I was looking at on Asta. Um, Asta. Where's Asta? Oh, there's Asta. So that was just on that candle, but that's nothing yet. That's just me looking at what potentially it might be trying to do in the future. If this candle closes blue, then that's not a case, but if it bounces off the daily origin down here and starts pushing up and closes over this, what I'm basically doing is I'm looking to see if there's any confluence between the size of this candle and any of the actual other levels that are up here. And there aren't really. So that sort of says to me this candle is not going to be the base of the range. Um, but yeah, that's all I'm doing. Just kind of like crystal ball gazing. It's like put it on this candle. So you're sort of just looking for things like the 1618 kind of lines up with the backside of the prior range. Just that sort of stuff. Or if we do it the other way around, take it up to the top here. Sort of see if there's anything. Isn't really. So sometimes you chuck them on candles that haven't been hard closed just to see if that candle has any kind of structural levels above that make sense. Yeah, I mean, if you were buying spot on Asta, the risk to reward here is pretty damn good. You're literally at the bottom of the whole range as it's ever been. If you're looking for a high leverage trade on it, then you'd sort of be waiting just to see how it reacts to this level down here. And it's still technically under trend, so it's kind of like, do you buy it? Do you buy it at the point where you know it can break the trend, or do you buy it at the point where it has broken the trend, which is obviously going to be a lot later? So this level at 9494 is the type of level that can break the trend, as is this level down here at 8550. And it'd be really unusual for 8550 not to at least bounce back to 9494. So if you entered at 9494 and it took a dive, it's probably at least going to come back up there, and you'd have an exit that's pretty likely. So yeah, I just don't. My thought process is that this candle doesn't seem to line up with much. That's my process. which means whatever this one is might be just too small. Let's say it dives down to that. So still nothing really. Not much about that makes sense. Whatever it's doing right now, it just doesn't make a lot of sense. Just festering. Yeah. Okay. How'd we go? All right. Seriously? Another trend to have to break. That's good. 1 hour got stronger. 4 hour, excellent. Just snuck up inside that range. So we've got range trend, trend support, and we're coming from just up inside the range. So it's got to break a trend that it can now. And that is what it is. And still haven't hit the turning point or support for Sol BTC on the daily. I hate to say it, but this could be another boring 4 hour candle and then another 4 hour candle after that one. So it might be 4 hours you have London and then another 4 hours after that lead into New York, so it might not. But yeah, we're in a way better place. So see what it can do. It's kind of got to do something. And this has now got another hourly support level here. So maybe that's going to do it. Let's see. Zcash is coming down. Come on. Here we go. Dip, 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 dip. Okay. We all need to do some free the candle dance. Let's get it out of here. The all the high leverage stuff has crept down now. It starts about here on so people just keep shorting, keep adding to the shorts. 30 cents away from being liquidated there. That is a very tight little range. Go get those shorts. Starting here. Do it. This candle can't actually break the trend anyway, so it can punish those shorts that have opened up right here. Ingu, yep. Um, hmm. Well, the monthly range is broken, which is that. So that's not ideal. Top monthly break has not been hit, so that's shows a downtrend on the monthly. And the next one hasn't been hit either. So if we have a look at the weekly range has also been hit. And the top side hasn't and hasn't. So if we look at it on the daily, and looks pretty bad. So it may find support of daily origin, weekly origin, or monthly origin in that area. And it's got a backside hold, front side hold. It hasn't hit any of these break levels, so it just isn't really trying to reverse at all. It's just looks like it's bleeding out for now. Okay. There's what's that? So if it recovered the monthly trend, that'd be a plus. overactive scroll wheel. Those shorts just got nuked. Shouldn't laugh. Don't put your liquidation inside range. Yeah, it was a sweep of trend. So if I had to take a guess on this, it's going to depend on how this weekly candle closes. Um, if we get an alt pump in the next 19 hours and it gets back up above the trend, then it could come to target this hold or the other trends up here. And then if it closed up, it would come up and try to target some of these upper levels. The TP I'd look to take if that weekly ends up closing up, probably be like the backside of that range there, because that's already technically been hit. It may not get to that, could reject off that. So that would be my thought process with that. That's if it comes back up. Now, if it sneaks down any more than what it already is, then what it's trying to do is close back under the downtrend, which is very bearish. It might give a bounce off the daily origin level there, but it's more than likely not going to reverse it unless it can come all the way down to almost basically back to where the wick went on on the big dump. So that's looking pretty sick if it doesn't go back up soon. Yeah, retire on Pingu. I got to airdrop something called Dude, I think, which I haven't even looked at. I got to airdrop some of this. I don't even know what it is. It looks like a liquidation machine. I don't even know. It might hard close. It might hard close the level. Funny. Retire on Dude. Nah. Probably depends how much of it they airdropped out as well. Look at that. That is such a beautiful, beautiful origin level, that one. Wick, reject, creation, hard close, boom. Lazy move. Anyway. Yeah. Looking at that, it looks like a scam. A scam to liquidate people. Maybe a legitimate token. It is listed. It's listed on exchanges, so it's probably not a scam as such, but definitely a shitcoin. Okay. Sorry, shouldn't laugh, but it is funny. Where'd my little skull go? Oh. Oh no, they haven't taken them all yet. you can do better. No, we're above the trend. So that must have hit just that old, very old range support. Or the trend, I suppose. First touch of the new trend. So that's a trend to hold move, actually. The hold's already technically been hit once there. But, so you think that's probably going to go up. Oh, finally. Do it. Get the little skull. What level would I move back to USDC? Well, I'm going to TP at 191 or 191 point something. And I'm also very conscious of what happens when the entire market cap hits resistance. I'm also kind of conscious of this gap. So these are things I consider. There's no liquidity in this little space right here. So if it short squeezes, it's sort of about where I would be looking to take a TP anyway, up in here. So then I look over here at the more high time frame liquidity, because maybe there is stuff here. It's just, where is it? Yeah, okay, it's about 192. So I'd be, if we short squeeze this range, and it is like a really, really, really eroded range. So hold levels, protect break levels either break or become origin levels. So if we just look through this range, this candle at the top here was tested in range. It was tested again by this yellow one. So that's stuffed. That thing ain't going to stop a candle. Okay. Then you got this hold level down here, this little tiny little doji one. Tested, 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 stuffed. Okay, so it's not going to stop. It's not going to stop anything. Then you got this whole candle, tested, tested, tested. It's stuffed. It is not going to stop anything. Then you got this one, tested, tested, stuffed. It's not going to stop anything. Stupid little doji hole candle, tested, not going to stop anything. This one, wick tested. Okay, look at this thing creep up. If they want a short squeeze, they can literally wipe through that entire range in a single candle up to here. Nothing in there is actually really going to stop much anymore, because the way that they've structured the price as it's moved down, it has been destroying its resistance with every little step it takes. So all you got is a pile of break levels. And break levels, yep, they reject, but once they're hit, the range is broken. So the price is more likely to have continuation to the upside than it is to create a reversal level. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking at. So you got this up here. I'll TP before that. The only kind of query I'd have is that little gap there, because that gap is slightly before my TP. So see how it goes. Skull's getting whipped. Mm. Would I sell my entire bag of salt? Don't know. I don't have an entire bag of salt anymore. Um, hmm. I don't know. I don't know if I would. I think levels like 204 are probably stronger rejection levels than than 191. But I'm just not interested in holding a bag of anything really anymore. I might change that mindset if we start to close over 114 on Bitcoin, and if we start to close over 204 on Sol. But until then, I think pumps just seem to be traps. This could be a bottom. It could be a bottom formation. It's holding trend. But 217. Daily hold candle in here. Just can't see a lot of justification to hold much past here for now. Has to break the origin level, has to break the break level. Sorry. So look, we're almost back at the WESO backline again. Yeah, when this breaks, that can short squeeze. You got the skull. Yeah. This is what happens when the price action is too slow. Start putting little emojis on your charts. Still got the little alien sitting up here too. He's just waiting patiently. Come see the alien. I mean, it's pretty fair to say that we'll retest this range trend too. Like, this is a deviation of that range. So yeah, it can come higher, but oh, that's a nice 15-minute close. Sneaky. So that's this whole candle tested, 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 tested. Yep, tested. That one right there. Body not tested. The wick is tested. Nothing left in there. Untested. Untested. So yeah, this is how you build a range to look really bad and to get heaps of shorts into the market, but you build it in such a way that it takes one close in the right spot and that thing can pump. To be fair, there's not much stopping it from dumping either, but that's a whole other problem. Ooh, okay. Arc. Watching the liquid shotgun. I have a referral code. I posted it somewhere. So I can find it. that post I just chucked in the chat has the code on it. If you want to use it, thank you. And don't believe anything they say about giving you heaps of bonuses and stuff, because there's probably like 1,000 hoops you've got to jump through to actually get anything. But you never know. Nice. Okay. What's going on? Zcash is coming down to where we want it to be. No, Bybit stopped doing futures for my country, so ended up. Plus, BitGet's the way BitGet smooths out the order book is just so much better. Ooh. I've just realized that that's the Mexi chart. And that's the Bybit chart. Whoopsie. No, just residential property, sort of semi-commercial type stuff, boarding houses, normal rental properties, development stuff, and trading. That's basically it. Every time I look at buying stuff like shares, I sort of look at them and just go, it's going to go down. I'll buy it there. And then when it starts going up, I go, it's going to stop going up there. I'll sell it there. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. No. It's going up. BTC's going for its upper liquidity now as well. Yeah, the property thing I'm not really overly fussed with anymore either. Like just things like insurance and taxes on land and oh pop, there it goes. If they bring in so New Zealand doesn't have capital gains tax on property if you hold it for a long enough time. Um, and it still has things like deductibility on interest. So of course you can leverage against it and use that money and so on, but and claim the deductions. But the last government tried to change all that, and they got voted out. The new government hasn't really fixed our crumbling economy. Everyone blames them for not being able to fix the unfixable. So next time we're probably going to get the worst government back, who's probably going to make it really bad. So yeah, my thought process is probably next year offload a bunch of property before that happens, and yeah, so then it's just weigh up which ones are worth keeping and which ones aren't, and of course the dates they've been bought at, because you don't really want to sell the new stuff and have to pay tax on it. It'd be really cool just to see one of those candles go straight off the screen live, eh? Live stream and the candle just goes straight off the top of the monitor. So about to TP1 arc scalp from the range trend. Yep, TP1. Where was that? I front run it just by like, yep, a tiny bit. Zcash has just gone down into that hole. It's there. It's funny, Zcash is going down, everything else is going up. Just kind of goes to show you people were pouring money out of all their other tokens into this. If it's game over. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, no new liquidity. That's half the problem. It's just this entire quote unquote bull run has just been rotation, rotation, rotation. Yep. So it might be Sol's turn while it goes and destroys all these shorts for a little bit. And this is going to go up here. It's just, do you wait, see if it dips down lower first and make a 30% move, or do you start a swing trade? But it's going to go up. Hey, we is there like a song about short squeezes? We don't need no shorts on our chart. Do 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 do. We don't need no liquidity. The only only question is, does it get to 191? I'm kind of tempted to bring the TP down to 190. See. Okay, next break level. So any of these places can reject. In fact, this spot right here at 188 has a pretty high chance of some kind of rejection. It hasn't tested that body yet, but it has tested the wick, so yeah. Sometimes what happens too, just in the Asia session is they don't do the entire sweep. They'll stop early, and it might just be a tiny little bit early, and then they basically London will stuff around, build a whole bunch of liquidity, and then New York will come along, and New York will take both sides. They'll take the lows, and then the highs, or vice versa. Yeah. So I would be a little bit conscious too that it stops a dollar before target, and then goes down a bit and stuffs around, and then you have to wait till New York session to actually get the rest of it taken. So see if the hourly can close over the hourly break level. Yep, monies. This is a much bigger than 1% trade, this one. Oh yeah. People are kind of chasing the BTC pump a bit. And there's some new leverage opening up at about 185. So yeah, it's where is it, down here? Yeah, all the way back down there at the hold is, which would also be like a trend retest. So if it closes below the break level, it might be back down. See? Looks pretty convincing, doesn't it, for now? 3 minutes to go. Uh-oh. Just get up just a bit more. Just a bit more. Okay, it's not gonna, so it doesn't technically break the trend. There won't be a trend moving to the top of that work. So really all it's got to do is close over some horizontal support, and it could try one more push. But if it closes under it, it's more likely to come back down. So it's, what's it up to? What's it up to? It's amazing how they always just hang around the levels right to that last second. Ooh, golly. Under in a range trend. so it's so it's over one, under the other, and has a range trend above. Let's see what it does in a low time frame. Mm. Okay, just going to take a little bit here, just add it back if it closes over that. This looks pretty weak. So BTC may keep pushing, which might break this, keep that going maybe. But it is still rejecting off that level. Go the 1 minute range trend. Looks like it might stuff around for a bit. Yeah, fake slash ran into a break level and failed to close over it. So it's this. It's not totally unexpected. Just so what causes this kind of pump is the lower time frame origin levels that were down inside here, and so they started to get broken and probably more noticeable on the 15-minute chart. They start to break, and then of course the price just goes up, 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 up. But for it to do the next step, what it has to do is it has to do the same thing but on an hourly basis. And so to do that, you need to reject off a break level to begin with, which is kind of what is happening here. So if you TP into break levels, you'll either be able to add it back in, or you'll be able to, not add it back in if the price ends up just continuing down. So hence I've taken a bit of profit here, and we'll just see what happens. Can always add it back. So it could come back to, it could have even come all the way back down to here, that 184 area. So it might come down, retest some of this stuff, come up here, maybe bounce back off this one, not touch this one, it's possible. Come back down to the trend, come back up to this one, reject off it, maybe break trend, come up, get over the top, explode. If it spends enough time around here, hard closes a candle, then that would make that the new bottom of the range, and it would make that the top. And if it just manages to get back up over here without any failed accumulation, then it just keeps going up. But yeah, you got a 4-hour trend there. So it's more likely it has to spend some time here, create a hold level, use the hold level to break through the trend. Might not. You might not see any more of a squeeze for the next 2 to 3 hours if it has to manage this. Could save us some time and just go up and hit that break level. That'd be good. It's at that body of that hold now as well, so that'd be pretty tapped out. So yeah, not really a fake pump as such, but just it's kind of a process that price has to go through. So at first it creates a range, and then it establishes what the top is and what the bottom is, and then one side has to break. And of course, doing that on a 5-minute chart, all that does is builds the very first part of a 15-minute range, and doing it on a 15-minute chart builds the next part of, say, like a 1-hour range. And so when a 1-hour range breaks out to the upside, what it's effectively doing is creating some part of a range on a 4-hour chart. So this could be the base hold for whatever becomes the new 4-hour range. And that's why I chuck these fibs on them and look to see what levels line up, just to see if they make any sense, because you've got this 192.467, which is roughly the underside of all the resistance up here. So that 4-hour candle might be the one that is going to become the base of the next range, because it roughly has confluence at the top here based on the size of that. And how do we know that's going to happen? Because, well, if it is going to happen, it's going to close over this on that candle in 2 hours and 44 minutes. And if it closes under like that, it's not going to be trying to build a range off this. Just kind of like it's just sitting there. Yep. Yeah. So you could long a refined entry inside of it, and you'll probably get it as well, because if you just think about the whole point of that hold is like the last absolute greedy hold. If there's anything that's going to go deep into a refined entry, it's going to be the one that's at the bottom of a range. And then if it fails, you can normally get out, because what ends up happening is the the top of the hold, the body of the wick, usually becomes resistance, and then the price hits that, spends an equivalent amount of time. So it might spend like a day if it's a daily hold. The candle might spend a day inside of it, and then the top becomes the resistance, and then at which point you go, now we've just spent too much time down here, and you just exit the trade when it tests the top part of the candle from the underside. So yeah, the risky part would be just taking the lazy entry on the last hold. Getting pretty tempted to add back in here. But what's everything else doing? Sol go up, Zcash go down. BNB, promising. Nope, not yet. Not yet. So that was the bounce there. So that's TP1, TP2, just up here. And hype really should bounce because that break level is hard closed. So just like bouncing along here just seems really strange. It should be coming back up here. It's got potentially greedier places to enter the trade down here. And it's just following the prior broken trend at the moment. So really should be bouncing. And ETH is probably in a long to try and get back to that 3972, but it's also got this whole candle here and this trend. So it might end up stuck like Sol, where it has to spend some time in a downwards candle to get the trend to the bottom side. And that's why we didn't open the tail trade. Although that's a really bullish token, it's probably still going to come back down here. You could short it if you so desired. And our total for alt still hasn't technically hit the resistance yet, so the pullback we're having now isn't really the pullback, I don't think. Hopefully we're not wrong. We just missed the top. And I'll blame all of you. But thanks for listening. All right, so when this candle closes, if it hasn't touched that 187812, then that becomes a 15-minute origin level. Yeah, that will be the top. Like the other day when he was telling someone that some technology is the only technology that can do something or something, blah. So, oh yeah. So therefore the price must go up. It's all about the tech. So these levels here and here, they've been hard closed. So this is kind of just doing what you'd expect, which is coming back to retest hard close break levels. This is the origin breakout level all the way down here. And so it may come back to retest even that. It's like, oh no, we suck again. Um, for Oh, I've got friend requests. Are they scammers? ID for privacy. I've created a different ID for privacy as some scammers were texting me. Yep. 52 more seconds. And then this is a top of the 15-minute range, the new top of the 15-minute range. Okay. And the little alert appears just on time. So to get a breakout of this range, basically you just got to get a 15-minute candle above, an accumulation above 187.812. That's the new top. And then that will target the hold and the break at the 188s in that area. So if they keep going down and bob around and all that kind of stuff for a bit, it'll just be to get more liquidity back into the game, get people to open longs and shorts and make it easier to push up some more or push down depending on what goes on. They've just taken a fair chunk. As you can see, they took all the 100x stuff, and this is the longs that have started chasing, and they're within the range, so they're very likely to get toasted. And yep, there might be a little bit of fun. Yeah, so that's the new top of the range. The bottom of the range is still, all the way down here. This is the breakout level which created this pump. So it could come and retest anything down in here. And most likely will. You've got that range trend down there. You've got a whole bunch of break levels. If we look at it, so that's going to close in 28 minutes. If the same thing happens on the 1 hour, then this becomes like a 1 hour breakout level at the top if it doesn't get revisited. At the moment, it only really needs a 15-minute candle up there to break it, but depends what happens with this next 1 hour candle. The 4 hour, and the 4 hour is just rejecting off trend, so it might bob around for a bit. Could pull all the way back. As this gets closer to the close, it could even just pull it back down here and not have a hold level, and then guess what? That was your fun. You're going to be waiting for another 4 hour candle and a trend break and more time spent. Zcash is going down. Probably look inside that hold level. Oh yeah. Got a 15-minute level just down here. And a 3-minute level. And little origin. That was the beginning of everything. Thank you. Good night, good morning. Ooh. One more person subscribed to the channel. Yay. This is the kind of thing that just makes you nervous, knowing that the entire 1 month market cap is just pushing up into that resistance. Like, oh yeah, how long is that going to be able to push up for before it rejects? And this will probably be able to get to here. Maybe higher, but there. So how they can flip this bullish is as it gets close to the 22-minute close, if they pull this right up and then the new trend gets created, but it gets created on an angle that means the candle opens above it. So at the moment it'd be bearish. If you put that trend through there, the new candle can open on the wrong side of the trend. But if that candle pulled all the way back up into here, stayed blue, open candle, bounce off trend, keep going. That's and if they're going to do it, they typically do it right at the very close. So if they're not going to do it, they're going to close it, make the trend kind of crappy, open on the wrong side, and then come down and do some retests. Which is by no means game over for this because that's got 2 hours and 21 minutes to go. So the 1 hour can do like a full on retrace, do a whole bunch of retests, go back up, and still make a good 4 hour candle. So the moral of today's story, like every other day, is take profits into break levels. And if you're new to the stream and have no idea what a break level is, there's some videos in the educational section. Okay. Yeah. Although we did just land on a origin breakout level from something in there. It'd be like this level right here, probably. Travels through there. So this level here could be the first level pretty much that could challenge that top now. Let's see how that goes. You want Zcash to close with a blue candle, but preferably just up inside the body of this yellow one, not so low. Definitely not under that wick, because then it can shift these trends to the underside of the new candle and use them as support to try and push up. But but if it's too close to the bottom of this candle, it can just tap it and then break the trend. You kind of want it to just pull up a little bit before that happens. And that's pushing towards the next TP. Well, we were pretty spot on with the timing. Action kind of started about 4-hour close. And if you've been watching since the beginning, it's basically all just because of trends. They're in the wrong way or they're in the wrong places, and it's just got to cycle through the different time frames, shifting them to the right places, and then it has the ability to move. Minute has created a downtrend, but it's on the correct side of it, so that's good. And it's up over the support resistance. So 178 point something. Refined 15-minute entry inside the daily hold candle from yesterday. Entry from yesterday. And the other stuff's just been opportunistic scalps, really. So that go nuts. I could have sworn I took. So I took a scalp today here, but I'm pretty sure I took my TP at the break level, and that never touched the break level. So I have a isolated account, so I don't use any sub accounts. I just have isolated accounts, and definitely not a unified trading account. Right. That's right. Took it off the Binance chart or Bybit chart or some other chart. Was it the Mexi chart? It was the Mexi chart. There it is. So unified trading accounts basically put all of your funds into one big basket, and they can all be used as collateral. So if something goes wrong on a trade, every single thing you have in your account across any other trade that's open pretty much is just all open to be wiped out as collateral. It's part and parcel why October 10 was so bad. There was just imagine all those people who just had all those random shit coins in their wallets that were technically collateral, but they don't really have any buying pressure on them at all, no orders, nothing. And so when they started getting sold on the open market, um, because they're spot, so they get sold on the spot market, the value of them drops, which means people's collateral value who have those same tokens in unified trading accounts also drops. So everybody's collateral value is going down, which means their trades are getting liquidated on whatever assets they're trading because their collateral is reducing. And that means their spot starts to get liquidated, which puts more buy pressure or more sell pressure on the spot market. But the problem there is that you're getting some random token that's getting sold on the spot market, decreasing collateral, which is causing liquidations of trades, which should present pressure in the opposite direction because when a trade closes, it's getting bought by someone or whatever. But it's technically not because the collateral token is not getting bought by anybody. It's the futures contract that's getting bought against the sell. So it just unified trading accounts are just evil. They can, if there's people out there with a whole bunch of random coins in there using them as collateral for their trades, they just can get completely nuked. And the fact is that the majority of the market uses them because they were incentivized to use them by most exchanges. Like I get emails all the time: upgrade to this account, we'll give you this extra rewards, discount on this. It's like no. And so number one, they really heavily, including if I log into my app right now, the first thing that pops up at the top is upgrade to a unified trading account. And then they're promoted as easier because you don't have to transfer funds between different sections of the exchange for whatever trades you're doing. But then the fact that you keep everything separated is what actually protects the overall account. So yeah, I'm relatively against those types of accounts, as everyone else should be after seeing October 10. You could still choose. Well, okay, so say for example you chose cross on a unified trading account, it would be cross leveraged against the collateral of every single spot asset you had. And then what most people end up doing is they go to open a position and it talks about their estimated liquidation level and it talks about their amount they can open based on their leverage. And so they look at that and they go, oh, okay, well, my estimated liquidation level is pretty safe. It's all the way down there. But it's not going to be all the way down there if your spot assets start devaluing because they are collateral against trades, not just for you, but for everybody else who has the same type of account and the same type of spot assets sitting in that same account. So it's almost like just getting the rug pulled out from under you. Your liquidation level would start to rise because the value of that spot asset comes down. And then when your liquidation level hits the current price, you get liquidated and they liquidate your spot assets. And then your spot assets devalue. And you can see the snowball, how that then hits everybody. Hence, people who thought that they were, you know, if you thought you're on a 1x trade against collateral, but the collateral devalues, it's not 1x anymore. So this might be trying to close, maybe not. So bullish here would be a close without a hold level, a shift of the trend to the underside, and then it could go. Yeah, that's the thing. You get that. You have a whole heap of SUI because for whatever reason, even if you bought it really cheap, it's fine. I mean, maybe you bought it really early and got in at 20, 30 cents or something, and it's hugely in profit. It's just the fact that if that profit um, was what you were basing your liquidation level on because you were using it as collateral, and then the value of it drops from $2 to 50 cents, then yeah, your leverage goes through the roof. Yeah, I hope so. Sunday pump would definitely fix some structural issues, but it's got to be a really big one if it's actually going to really fix stuff. Like our altcoin, overall altcoin monthly resistance starts at somewhere. Here we go. Starts at 1.22. So 1.22 could reject back down here to the trend at 937. So anything above there. So if it's a blow off top scenario, it's just going to keep going up and everyone's going to be high-fiving themselves, and then at some point in the future this thing's going to roll over and come back to this trend. And if it's not a blow off top scenario, it's going to get up into this candle somewhere and then it's going to reject and then it's going to come down to this trend. But either way, dumping from 122 or above back to under $1 trillion on altcoins is just a couple little lines waiting for us above us right now. So the altcoin dip October 10 was down to 905. If this hold rejects to that range trend, it would be 90937. So it's not that different. Mostly fine tuning it really, and then there'd be the documentation and colors for the lines and all that kind of thing. There isn't really too much more to add, and we'll discover new things as we go. Even doing this, it's been quite interesting just finding other patterns. Because the more data you have, the more you can actually start to see the next thing. So I imagine there'll be updates and various bits and pieces that'll come out. That's a really good close actually. So shifted the trend, blue candle, no hold level. Algos be bullish. And there, the magic 50% retrace. Let's see what happens if it doesn't hard close it. That could have really been a little better. Might have to move the little alien across a bit, eh? I reckon. It's New York. There. Guess now it's rotating into Fartcoin. So specifically for Sol, not just the overall market, but if it does a normal rejection, it's pretty much going to be from up into this whole candle. So kind of anywhere above 190.753, and then it's going to target, 150s, 148, somewhere down here. And if it doesn't do that, if it ends up pushing through there and just continually pushing up, then yeah, welcome to the start of a blow off top. Right. Yeah. I might go and have some dinner and drink because I've done my scalps for the day. Um, do I mind? I do mind because I know a lot of people who do, and I don't like the idea that you know. I'll tell you a story. I know a guy who before the last major dump, right? He just bought a house had signed up to buy a house. He's over in the UK. I don't quite understand the whole thing about, in New Zealand, you get a mortgage, you buy a house, it's all kind of like secured before you even get possession of the property. It's all done, but whatever, however it was working, he signed up for this house, and you have X amount of time, and the contract's all done, and uh, bulk of his money was in crypto, and then we had that first big crash, and yeah, he's still been struggling to recover from that ever since, and pay his bills and his mortgage and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I don't like the idea that it just dumps, because it only ever dumps after it drags in a whole bunch of people who have hopes and dreams of being able to, you know, have a great future, and then it dumps because that's just, it gets over leveraged. And I think the fact that no one really understands even the point of leverage and like what it's for, and that it's not about increasing your risk, it's about keeping that same risk but knowing that you have an opportunity that's bigger than your current account, but with the same risk. And the education is shit. The bulk of online content is junk, or shilling, and you just gotta. So no, I don't like it when it dumps. I also just don't like the way a lot of things get promoted. You know, it's amazing tech, fundamentals are awesome, all that kind of stuff. It's just it's got so little to do with the price. It's speculation. It's the biggest driver of price, and yeah, the iShoal basically between 108 and 114, and then I did a couple of. There were just a couple of really big obvious moves, that played out. So I OTC'd a bunch and then sold it, making sort of about 5 or 6 grand on each one, and that's about it. As far as overall, and ever since then it's just trade. Yeah, yeah. I'd hate I'd hate to say we've missed the top. It is possible. I'd hate to say we've missed it, but it is possible. Um, but I've also never seen them leave this amount of liquidity in close proximity behind before. This is not what a top looks like. We've we've generated the structure to make a top, and most of it's about 124. So yeah, it's just, do they spike through that? And yeah, and the people who think that there's going to be a longer cycle, well, they're foolish if they think there's a longer cycle without a pullback, because you need the pullback to build the structure for the cycle. So if they think it's going to keep going up anyway, then it's got to go down before it goes up. So it's and when it goes down, everyone could go, "Oh, great, buy the dip." You don't know it's going to go back up. Do have some pretty big stuff though. We got things like 3 month structure and stuff like that, which Bitcoin hasn't really had before, and some refining a 3 month candle could be fun. See if you can get a greedy entry on a 3 month candle. All right, so just before I go, um, summary of important things. These levels down here, the 0.0016731 and 0.0016707, they are the daily origin support levels on Sol. So just if it touches those and starts to power up and you see a sudden strength increase in Sol, that's when it's really going to go hard. It'll go for that's the kind of level that it could bounce off to create a decent liquidity sweep to the upside. So just keep an eye on those. Find this chart here. So if you add in, where is it? Here. So go to the little plus, type in total ES, which you have to undo that box. Okay, so go total ES and add that in, and add in total 2, which is the more important one. Total 2 ES. So it's total 2, so excluding Bitcoin, excluding stable coins. Okay, so add that one, total 2 ES. Put an alert on the wick of this candle here, which will be at 1.22 trillion. And once it's up inside that, you want to be quite careful. Okay, there's a daily level inside there, which is 1.24, and all of the really, really, really refined greedy entries are up at about 1.38 or 1.4. So as it's passing through these levels, the risk of this thing rolling over and dumping down to almost the same low as, well, actually, to be fair, it could even be lower lows because some tokens just haven't recovered. Money's moved around, so different tokens are different prices. So forget the actual dollar value, but just the level of the overall market cap. Once it gets back up inside there, it could come down to 933-ish again. So there's probably some other stuff of importance on here, like the range trend that we never got over. And that range trend, which is even further down. And that one, which is even further down. Eek, everything is further down. Okay, so moral of the story is add those two charts, keep an eye on those levels. If you get an alert as it's piling up into there and the entire world is bullish and talking about $1 million Bitcoin and altcoins to retire on, then just think the opposite, because I went back and looked at all of these. The average is about 0.03 to 0.09 that we've passed up into one of these levels historically before we've had a large rejection. So something up inside that area could send us down. And that's about it. Cool. Catch you later, everyone.